Hey, hello back after a short technical break. If you're new to the stream, on this stream we are developing Automat. This is an application that can control your desktop. It can press mouse buttons, keyboard keys, and it can do so in an automated way. We can record a macro that presses a sequence of keystrokes for keys, and if it doesn't crash, the macro can even be replayed. There we go. This is a working macro. So I can play back this macro, my hands are here, but it's still moving. I can loop it. I have no idea what happened here. Anyway, I can press this and now it's going to execute this sequence of keystrokes ad infinitum. I just have to pause it somehow. Recently we implemented a lot of fun new additions, like the ability to resize those sequences, so I can change it a little bit so that we move far away to the right, and the macro is generally harder to stop now. I just need to... okay. Anyway. So we can replay simple macros. Right now we are trying to automate something more difficult. Like, playing sequences of keystroke is not a big challenge. We want this application, Automat, to be able to execute complex macros, to really grind stuff in games. I'm sure it will start eventually. Okay, it did start now. So what you are looking here now, this is a macro that can grind Alchemy in Skyrim. It does so by scanning the Skyrim window. You can connect it to Skyrim temporarily, like here. We may even be able to execute it. Yeah, let's try to execute it. I will just quickly... Yeah, we have so many bugs. This is what we are doing right now. We are just fixing all of those bugs so it doesn't crash when we want to when we try to do those simple things. Why is it down here? What happened? Let's show the register connected to Skyrim and execute it. Execute it, I said. So what you will see is when this timer reaches the end, we are going to start clicking stuff. So our macro scrolls through the vendor's inventory, and apparently we have a bug. Okay, stop. Yeah, the macro is probably scrolling a little bit too fast, because it skipped width. Right, in Skyrim there is width. And when we are here, we should have cancelled the macro. But apparently our TTS failed. Huh. Fascinating. Anyway, now it should work. Now I will scroll this. Up. And then now, when I run this macro, it should scroll through the list of ingredients and buy creep cluster and everything that starts with giant. And when it reaches width, it should exit. Okay, the exiting failed. We have to optimize this macro. No worries, no worries. So it attacks the vendor, it reloads quick save to reset the inventory, then goes back into the shop inventory, scrolls to ingredients, enters ingredients, scrolls, searching for giant toe. It bought one, nice. And when it reaches wheat, it exits, attacks, and it just does this in a loop. The thing is, yeah, we have lots of bugs. If you look at the Automat screen, you can see that our TTS is kind of flaky. It doesn't always recognize text properly. And when we save and restore Automat, we have to reconnect everything. So there are lots of small issues there. We are going to fix this right now. So what we are doing right now we are working on this window object, the one which connects to this one here, the one which connects to the Skyrim window and does the TTS. We want to make sure that it can properly reconnect to the Skyrim window after Automat is restarted. Ideally, we want this object to continuously scan for new windows in the operating system, and when a new window appears, we want to check if the title matches and then connect to it. That's the plan. Okay, I will try to stop the macro now. Go to the ingredients, and actually I will buy some wheat and do some potions, because we need some capital. So let's connect Trip Cluster, Giant Stove and wheat, and let's craft. Alchemy goes up very quickly when we do it like that. Cool. Now we can quit Alchemy. And we can sell the potions that we just made. 3 potions, very expensive potions. Huh. Vendor doesn't have enough gold. Sweet. This is what we want to see. I can sell this. It's not a big loss. Anyway. Back to our macro. So there are 2 bugs that we need to fix, or 3 bugs that we need to fix. First, this window reconnecting to Automat's window. Then we have this object here. This is the object that stores variables in Automat. We are actually using registers to store kind of temporary variables of a macro, and registers are represented as checkerboards. Yeah, we'll have to do it later today after we finish this, and then we have a crash, which sometimes happens on startup. Anyway, I will close it now. We are actually already saving the state and restoring it. We just need to reconnect to the window. So if we look at the Automat state, we can see that our object window saved the title of the window and coordinates of the rectangle where we read the text from. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to get the window title. Do we have a function for that? And this get property string. Okay. there are tons of different atoms. So in X11 on Linux, every window is kind of like a JSON object. It contains a list of properties and possibly links to other windows. It can contain other windows. And the fields in this JSON field are identified by atoms. I think this WM name. So this is what Copilot is suggesting to me. So this is probably what we should use, I guess. Anyway, let's restart Automat and see what are the window names. Okay, most of them have no names. And I think we crashed before we finished. Fascinating. Emacs. Look at that. We found our Skyrim Special Edition. So the parent window is called, has this number, 804038. I'm searching for it. Okay, there it is. So we could actually accelerate the search. So if we are visiting the root window, which is this one, we should visit its children. And in all other cases, we want to check the name of this window. If it's different from our title, then we want to skip it. And then we do search, otherwise we do visit children. And maybe I will should I log some stuff? It should work now. So maybe there is nothing to log here. I really need to fix this bug. It's so annoying. I actually wonder, maybe there is a better way for searching window hierarchy. Okay, so if we have found the window, we are setting the property exhibit window of our object to the window that we just found. And I think that should make it work. We still do not reconnect if the window appears and disappears. And that would be nice, would be very convenient. I really need to fix this bug. It's so annoying. Okay, maybe this logging is... slowing us down. Okay, I guess we'll try to debug Automat. We have to fix this crash because otherwise we just cannot work. It seems some dependencies have to be built. So our build script can build quite a lot actually, because Automat depends on LLVM, on Tesseract, this is the OCR engine that we're using. There is a graphics library called Leptonica that we're using for image processing, because Tesseract requires it. We're using Skia to draw Automat's window. So quite a lot of dependencies that have to be compiled. I'm pretty happy that the script can actually do this whole compilation for us. Oh, and then some utilities. Okay. Okay, Automat crashed, but okay, so we have a signal. Okay, erasing our machine code thingy. Let me change this. So the thing is, when we have an embedded debugger within Automat that runs assembly. It runs machine code. So the machine code that we are building with cards, this is actual machine code which is loaded into memory and executed. And we are controlling its execution using signals. We are sending signals to one of the threads in our process. And this confuses debuggers. Yeah, now we are getting segmentation faults. Can run it and get backtrace. Okay, so when we are deserializing state of machine, so we're iterating through arguments, but to iterate through arguments, no, we are calling this callback properly. We have connect to. Okay. And I would like to avoid log spam. And to do this, I could introduce a better macro. So I want this macro to turn into an expression that will only be evaluated once. Let me see. What's going on here? Okay, there is counter. Okay, this is my macro. I hope it will work. So it should... It should log this message only once, only the first time. Segmentation fault. Okay, this is the token error, which we also want to fix. It's equally annoying. Okay, so we are drawing an instruction. We are in this small buffer widget. Canvas optimized out, come on. Optimized out. Okay, we need debug build. But I think the issue will be somewhere here. Here. Maybe with LLDB. Fault address 20. This is hex for space. Anyway. Backtrace. Canvas has some value. This has some value. Maybe this object widget is null. This could be empty. Yeah. How could this happen? Why would we throw a location without an object? Another attempt. So we are fixing errors here. I mean, not quite fixing, we're just adding conditions to not crash. There is a to-do. This is actually nice, this error message. We properly notified that the argument is not connected. In this pre-draw, So one of these objects should be register, exactly, and it has a connection called Rex Assembler that points to object number 1, so it should have been connected. Haha, we didn't properly restore the connection for some reason. Yeah, I think when we do this, another issue will go away, the issue number 2 from our plate. So we are trying to render something. Probably while Automat is still loading, which should actually work. We should be able to render Automat while the objects are in semi-initialized, uninitialized state. So I think the solution here will be to just make sure that this returns something before we draw stuff. Nice. It works. Oh. Now we are getting error here. Register's assembler argument is not connected. Nice. Hey, but we reconnected to Automat, to Skyrim window. Nice. I am pretty happy with that. So the title, so in the title bar of this object, we should see the window title. The window title is gone. Let's fix this. So inside the tick function, we'll just copy window title to window name. I want to avoid unnecessary allocations, so I think if I copied it unconditionally, I have no idea which one is going to be faster. We're still hitting this error, which only happens when I don't use debugger. Okay, the title was properly restored, but the position of the window is wrong. It should have been restored correctly. For some reason it was not. Okay, I will do short break and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we need this token out of bounds fixed. Why is this happening? Our token positions array apparently is too small. This array, I guess, is populated during tick. Am I wrong? Nope. This is interesting because this would mean that we are drawing an object before a tick was executed. That's one option. Another option is that we executed tick, but when we executed tick, we didn't have any tokens here. Yeah, for example, the opcode could have been empty. One way to solve this would be to store the tokens within the widget. But this type is private. I would have to move this type here, and this type is totally weird. I don't want to mess with headers too much. I think the best way to solve this error is to not do this in here. I don't think I can do this. Okay. Cool. So in the tick function, when we do print, like that. Okay, a new kind of error, I guess. Okay, it executed. Another attempt. I will try to run it 5 times. It's free. This is 4. Why is it running now? And this is 5. A register is not connected to an assembler. It should not be a thing, because our register is clearly connected to an assembler. So this is the code that should be reconnecting all of the arguments. We'll just log some messages about the stuff we are deserializing and the connections. This connection label. By the way, instead of indices, I think we should use UUIDs. I think UUIDs will make editing this file easier. Okay. So object number 1 has a connection called regsassembler pointing at object number 22, which is, no surprise, an assembler. But something must be wrong here. Okay, the deserialization works. First we create objects in completely disconnected objects. We deserialize their internal state, and only after we do that we do all of the reconnections. Okay, we are clearly calling this connect to. Okay, we again have the same crash as we had before. That's good, that's good. But I'm afraid it's optimized out. Text is empty. what variable is empty here? Okay, our fonts array contains those fonts. But for some reason, our font has this address, which is totally random. Oh, initial type is uninitialized. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's my clever ideas are backfiring now. At least this error is consistent. This is weird. It, like half an hour ago, it worked, then we started fixing bugs, and now it barely starts now.
Low pass effect.
Okay, our rendering thread has issues again. Now the instruction library has some problems.
Low pass effect.
Looks like this is not initialized somehow. Okay, this is an empty vector. Okay, I see. The tick function likes to finish early. See what could have went wrong. Okay. So we have quite a bit of code for sorting the library of cards. And this is the animation code. I can just reorder it a little bit. So this is clearly not executed. So we must have exited through one of those. Okay, I will just move this category animation elsewhere. Could be even in the constructor of this widget. Okay, so we are clearly reconnecting the assembler connection. Even though we do that, we still say that assembler is not connected. Let's check location number 1, was it, I think? It would be nice if I could access those vectors. It would make debugging a lot easier. Maybe this debugger will be better. Oh, sorry, what abort? Check R is sorted. Interesting. This is a skias internal Oh, rectangle was unsorted. Yeah, we sometimes do this. Okay, what widget was that? Timeline. Okay, either this one was unsorted, which is unlikely. Yep. Or this one. Seems sorted. Or this one. This one should be fine. For some in this. Oh, maybe left, right. Wrong. These may also be unsorted. Come on. Still unsorted. Timeline. Not a number. This is fascinating. Okay, we are doing this sort manually here, so we don't need this one. One more attempt. I want to see this rectangle. Whether left or right, which one is not a number? Because it has to be one of those calls. Either this draw rect or this one here. Both of them are not a number. Maybe this one. Actually, no, top and bottom are also wrong. Top should be here. Let's try now. It would be nice if it found this error during command recording, not during playback. That would be so nice. There we go. So bridge offset x sometimes is not a number. Okay, I suppose this is because this one was 0. Yeah, that was a recently introduced bug. It's like dynamic balance between introducing and removing bugs. Okay, we can draw stuff. Okay, I can run this. Menu appears. It says the register is not connected to an assembler. Oh, I see. So this happens because we store the connection to assembler in a weak reference, and this weak reference is not updated when we add the connection. strange errors. Very strange errors. This VLC having some issues. It's very weird. It sometimes happens. I think VLC is sensitive to debugging or something like that. I will try to restart it. Fascinating. That was our issue right here. Or maybe audio driver is having some issues. Hard to say. Oh yeah, seems to be fixed now. Look at that, adding connection to register. Okay. Connection that so we have a dynamic cast here. I guess it should work. We also have this follow here. I'm going to use the same syntax, so why not? I think a lot of the issues that we are encountering now are caused by the fact that we are displaying window with Automat before it's fully loaded. We want to do that because we want to show something as quickly as possible, load stuff from the JSON, initialize all of this stuff, and then draw it when it's ready. We could even initialize all of this in parallel if we wanted to. But the code has to be robust, so we have to fix all of those issues that we are having here now. Okay, the error happened probably in another thread, not here. Nice. Of course, MC controller is empty. There is nothing to refresh. If we cannot connect to this machine code controller, or we are not yet connected, we just say animation finished. It should solve the issue. Interesting crash. We need debugger to say what happened, because again, the crash happened on another thread. Oh yeah, because MC controller was null, we probably tried to write to register, which was not possible, because I just disabled this for debugging. So it crashed. Now we want to see this error message. This error message will now be great. Will be exactly what we want. Yep, assembler's not connected. We just need to remove this line. I have to switch the type of machine controller we are using to something else. Okay. Okay, so we did reconnect to Skyrim window. And the register not connected is also fixed. Sweet. Now there is also this issue with window being closed and reopened. We should keep track of windows popping out and disappearing in Automat. So we will do this in a moment. I think the stuff that we've done so far, is plenty of bug fixes, we can submit. Okay, what else did we do? If we are overriding connection added, then we also need to override connection removed. Quick test. Okay, Skyrim has crashed. We still have the window capture here. Oh well. The point is, I think the code is correct. We can submit it. Okay. I'll do short break now. Okay, so we will do this reconnecting in a moment. But first I want to do some of those macro improvements. And there is one strange thing. The window object, it's not deserialized at the correct position. This is very strange. See, it's at 0, 0, actually. Okay, now it appeared at the correct position. So what is it? When I'm looking, it starts working? Okay, and now it didn't. Okay, I have a theory. So as we are deserializing this object, right, we get type. We notice that the type of this object is window. The next field contains value. So we are calling deserialized state, and I suspect this object has very slow state deserialization. This is my theory. Because we do this attach to title here, which talks with X11, and there's a lot of stuff. So because of that, this is super slow. And we are changing the position of the location after we deserialize value. So it was probably rendered to screen. The animation kind of finished. So it thought it was located at 0, 0. And only then we deserialized all of the X and Y's. Okay, there is a fix for this. Which is that we will go through every location and call wake animation. Okay. I'm not sure if I should do it here or maybe each object should take care of its own. But okay, because of this X and Y, yeah, we probably need to do this here. Okay, that's good. Another issue fixed. Okay, let's improve this macro. So, first Skyrim. Okay, we reconnected. So what I wanted to check here, this is actually a decent check, but there is a better version of the compare instruction. Here, this one I think is 1 byte shorter or something like that. Yeah. Then we can get rid of it. The next one is Giant Stove. And I wanted to compare more than first 4 bytes because we are buying unnecessary ingredients. So let's set the box value to giants. I'm not sure if this will work, but we will see. And then when we compare the value, I want to compare those two registers. Fun thing is there are 2 identical instructions that can do this. They are different instructions. I don't know why, but there are. Anyway, so when we start our macro, we will run this as a form of initialization, and only when it's executed, it should initialize the register that we need. Get rid of this. So here we are checking whether it's a giant toe. And the last one I'm going to actually change so that instead of checking for wheat, we will just check for H, or maybe G. So we are only checking the first character of the register, and if it's greater, like that, yeah, then we do this macro. Should be way faster because it's not going to scroll the whole list of ingredients, just a couple of them, and I will save this. Like that. So, let's go. We don't have enough gold. What ingredients do we have? I think we accidentally bought some wrong ingredients. Yeah, we have this. Okay, let's buy wheat. Because we need wheat to finish this. Oh, we don't have any gold now. Okay, let's sell this garbage. Okay. And you can see that the BX register is now properly initialized. It didn't completely work, I'm afraid. For some reason we bought a lot of unnecessary ingredients. Sell one more potion. Go. Now it worked perfectly. Once it gets to letter H, it quits and does the restart. This seems to work. I just don't want it to accidentally skip Giant Stow. And I'm afraid our current OCR is likely to skip it. Okay, that fire attack was too short. It probably wasn't long enough to... Or actually no, it worked. We bought Giant Stow. Nice.
Knight says,
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Knight. Again, it works. I know, I see the issue. Stop. We should take out our attack out. Yeah. I think this is why the attack was too slow and it wasn't always resetting the inventory. Ah, we missed one. Okay, and now we crashed. I will reset this manually. I want to see how Giant's Toe looks in her inventory, how our TTS errors actually look. Not TTS, I mean OCR. Come on, one more Giant's Toe. And there it is. Seem equal. A wrong connection blinked. Yeah, because this one blinked, but we actually started this one. It's another bug worth fixing, I guess. Okay, I want this macro to be more robust, so I think I will shorten this period here, but make this one slightly longer. This should give more time for us to capture the image from the game and do the OCR. By the way, I am going to save this state. It would be nice if I could call it somehow, but okay. Let's just try to run it and run it like that. We bought some random stuff. What happened just now? Okay. Stop. Maybe I can catch this. Happened just. Bought some random stuff. Okay, so we have Hagraven feathers. It's just finished executing. Oak feathers. Okay, this still shows giant's toe. Okay, I see. This timeline was badly positioned. So this is what's caused the random buy. Okay, we actually don't have enough gold now, so... we can probably brew some potions now. Okay, I guess we start the macro again. Should have the gold now. And I can observe carefully if we are making any mistakes now. That was perfect. Another perfect loop. It's scrolling so fast that I can barely see the ingredients that are kind of appearing on the screen there. Okay. And again, we didn't have the attack hand paste. So the resetting didn't work properly. Nice. Okay, and now we have this bug, but this is great. We don't have enough money. Oh. Crashed Skyrim. Oh well. But the macro is working pretty well now. I will close this just to save the macro. Oh, this isn't a release build, so it's not as fast. If I run release, it should be slightly more performant. Especially the OCR. Okay, looking at this, so we switched to 8-byte check. It seems to work. We are using the single letter exit condition. We could also do check for gold. How could this work? I think if we have multiple of those windows, that could cause issues. So after we buy an ingredient, we could take another look at the Skyrim window. Is this transparent? What? What's going on? Okay, one thing which is causing the most issues right now is alt tabbing, because when I alt tab while Skyrim thinks a key is pressed, it just crashes. Okay, let's switch back to Automat. Let's create another window for gold. And let's store it in some register. What register is good for gold? Maybe this CX. Okay, so this is the highest digit, second digit, and the least significant digit. Digits are reversed here. Okay, we can count trailing zeros, count leading zeros, Okay, so here is how we can check the value, whether it's too large. We can see whether the oh crap, how did it crash? Okay, so this way I can ignore the first two characters and check if there is anything in the third or fourth. So this is going to be our gold check. Where is the... this register? Oh, and there is a lot of slowness when I'm using large capture region. Maybe there is a way to fix this as well. So, if if there is something in this upper register, sorry, not upper register, in the third or fourth byte, then we will go here. Otherwise, we'll go here. This is not what I expected. Okay, now we jumped correctly. I need to fix this blinking. Okay, so let me change this region so that we only have 2 digits. 39. Yeah, and now we jump correctly here. Okay, so now the macro should be able to stop itself. Sorry, what? Not connected? How? How is it not connected? Yeah, it should be connected to object number 14. this one. So my theory, what's happening here is probably we are deserializing this object and then we are deserializing this window, and the rendering thread probably tries to render this thingy here, but because we haven't finished deserializing everything during tick, during register tick, or register draw, or some register action. Okay, I want to put a breakpoint here. And see where this happens. So we've been stuck for quite a while, and then we finished. Okay, there is one thing, the register. We are not saving the register identifier here. We have a lot of performance issues. Okay, again, sender is not connected. Okay, so when we are asking for this location, just to draw the connection, it's not actually required. the API for arguments wasn't fully thought out. It would be nice to overwrite this precondition here. This new API looks way better. Let's try to switch to this one. Okay, so those errors should be gone. Okay, so we have those register objects, but the register objects, they don't actually say what registers they represent. So let's change that. Okay, so our register objects are just pointers that point to the assembler. The assembler is the one that's storing the state. But still, we just need to persist the index. Okay, we can store this name. Okay. So this is serialization and deserialization. Okay, let's try to save it. This is register RAX, and this is register RCX. And when I rerun Automat, yeah, it is properly restored. Sweet. One more thing we should do is probably to save the state of those registers. By the way, when I'm storing the register, I'm storing this as a string instead of a number, because this makes editing the JSON by hand easier. And that's the point of JSON. JSON should be human readable. Okay, next one is assembler state. This one is going to be harder to persist. Let's see. when we want to serialize this, we probably want to grab the mutex and grab the current state. There has to be a function for this. Funny. There is literally only one place where we are actually holding these mutex. And now we need to store the value somehow. Yep. So we have to convert this into a string, into string representation. Okay, so this gives us a reference to something. So do this. It's essentially the same thing. Okay. We should probably also store the currently executed instruction, probably. Okay, the thing is, when assembler runs and it's off screen, then we are not trying to synchronize to refresh the state, but when we actually are saving it, then we want to do this. So this refresh state is necessary. We need status as well. I don't know, it should work. I'm a little bit worried about this. I guess it should be fine. Yeah. Cannot lock from within const function. Okay, what we can do now is we can fill a register with some value. I can close this now and RCX has a value. I also think we may skip storing those values if they are 0. Okay, this is a small thing. The state restoration though, it should work. Okay, we did load a value. I think I know what's the issue. After loading the value, we immediately overrode it with the value from the actual assembler thread. We need to push the value to the remote object after we deserialize. See how register set text is implemented. Change state. This is what we want. Nice. We have some issues still, like, yeah, this assembler wants to create multiple copies of this register. But this is a smaller issue. We did properly serialize the register values. And storing the instruction is not impossible now. Okay. So in case I do something crazy or change register size, I want to have a static assert here. And that should work to some degree. Okay, now our assembler restores the register state. I could even connect those. Yeah. And save this now so that we don't have to reinitialize bx every time. Bx is always equal to giants. Nice. And Skyrim is still open. So I guess we could check if our gold condition will work. Okay, the amount of gold we have just dropped. It's 300 now, right? And 60 and 90. Okay, so we are buying the creep clusters, although very slowly. Still have quite a lot of gold. Very few ingredients. Oh. Okay, I guess I will leave this and grab some food in the meantime. There was a giant stone there. Okay, let's keep the macro going. Sweet, it worked. So it stopped macro because we had less than 100 ingredients. I can now sell some potions maybe. Buy wheat. Okay, and I think to level alchemy faster, we should probably put some perks into the alchemy skill. Same for speech. Okay, and we should be able to restart the macro now. It's so fast. By the way, there was a presentation I wanted to watch, so maybe we can do that. Stop the music.
And so here, it's a Markdown document, and SmallWeb is smart enough to just like render the Markdown document to HTML. But yeah, I think like it also works for static website and stuff like that. But in order to actually show you the fun stuff, we are going to switch and go directly interact with dynamic websites. So let's go see the simplest of them. So the command prompt is super simple. You export by default a JavaScript object which has two methods, one fetch method and optionally one run method. And so here the folder is example. So if I go to, or I can just use the SmallWeb CLI, SmallWeb open example. Here I have basically like the response which is returned to me. And so this is already useful because like you can use it to automate a bunch of stuff. One example I created for myself is a little shortcut. So if I go to slide.foc.smallweb.live, I get to my slides, the Excel row slide I showed you before. But when it becomes really interesting when you couple this with URL import. So SmallWeb is using Deno as its runtime, and Deno supports URL import. And so here, for example, I'm importing a package from GSR. So GSR is basically like an alternative to NPM. And in there, I just import Excalibur, actually, the Excalibur application. I create a new instance of Excalibur and I export it. And if we look at the code of Excalibur, we can see that like this class has a fetch method. So it's actually a valid small web app. And so here, if I just go to excalibur.forgetframe.live, I have the Excalibur app actually running. So by creating a single folder, putting a single file inside of it, and 3 lines of code, I have like a full-blown application. I did not have to mess with like my DNS, I don't know, like port and stuff, ugly stuff like this. And when I just do stuff here, it actually files on my local disk, and I'm able to actually reference like the SVG file I just created. Go ahead, you can go to this website and put a message in there if you want. And so there is something I need to say. It's that Deno has sandboxing capabilities, so every website only have read access to its own folder and write access to its own data folder. You can use this write access for multiple stuff, for example, an SQLite database or stuff like that. Then, for some specific website, you might want to actually access your whole small web folder, you know. And so for this, you can create admin application. So here, it's inside of the config that you do this. So here I've set up VS Code as an admin application, meaning that if I go to vscode.fog.smallweb.live, I have actually an instance of VS Code, and I can edit stuff from here. So, and you can actually all edit stuff from here. So, for example, you can just, I don't know, take this Excalibur folder, copy it, rename it pom.there, and here, what happened? I'm not sure what the error is, but pom.there. Here I have an exact copy of the file, and you can even like just if I go back here, I have all of my instance. So if I take the pom.there thing and I put it, I just drag and drop it inside of smallweb.run. I can just go to pom.there.smallweb.run, and I have basically like moved my website between us. So I'm not sure like how many time I have left, if any.
That was almost perfectly 7.5 minutes. So we still have another 7.5 minutes of audience question time, or if there's no questions, you can show a couple other things.
Okay.
Is the vision that this would be the hub for local first applications in a future where local first becomes kind of the predominant approach?
So I think there are like some stuff to build around local first in small web, because like small web support WebSockets and stuff like that. But here it's really server first, you know, like it's each of these apps is basically a little server. I don't know if you're familiar with, for example, Cloudflare Workers or Valton or Netlify Function or AWS Lambda. It's in this family of application actually. But like it supports most local first software libraries, I mean.
Can you speak more about your choice of Deno?
Yeah, so basically what I
Something happened which seems to have caused macro to stop. I think this has to be our condition. We create a copy, jump condition, put 2 clocks to see where we are jumping, because the blinking lights isn't correct. For some reason, this test failed. Oh, the Tesseract is messing up. Instead of 277, it's recognizing U7. For some reason, having gold in the viewport seems to help the recognition. Now when I run this, I mean, just I copy this to register, and now it sends the execution correctly. There's one more thing I wanted to see. I think the condition that should look like that, actually. Okay, it works. It works. Okay. I am a little bit concerned about deleting those objects because sometimes they crash. Okay, I will close this so that we save the state. I don't want to lose the macro. It's pretty decent right now. And we can restart it.
Like the most about Dino is like the convention around it. The fact that you can just like create a single file and have a valid application. You know, there is no you don't need like a generator of like Vite or something like that in order to get started working on something. You can just like create a folder, create a single file, and you're gone. You're done. And small web like leverage Deno like quite a bit because basically all small web apps are valid Deno apps, so you can just extract stuff from small web and run them on their own server if you want to scale more. Like it's more of a playground, you know, like something like that, where you just put a bunch of websites on a single VPS and yeah, you play with it. You can share it with the communities and yeah. So Kartik, you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, what does it take to get to the starting point of your demo where you had the folder and now it's publishing to the web? Like in terms of what software does it take? Like what do people have to install? And what do people have to know? Like, is this for programmers or can anyone use it? Can my mother use it?
So I was hoping for this question. Like I did not want to go too far into the architecture during my 7 minutes, but I was hoping for like a technical question. So basically, if you don't want to mess at all with any VPS, buying a domain and stuff like that, I'm working like on a cloud version of small web where you basically just need to register on a website and run a single SSH command, and you have access to, like, you will be able to sync your folder locally. So the sync is not my own. I'm using a tool which is called Mutagen that I really that you should all check out. It's like one of the most magical tool on the internet. So basically, what it does is kind of like SSHFS or mounting a remote drive, but instead of like mapping a network drive, it just like bidirectionally sync the two through an SSH tunnel. So each time something changes on there, it's replicated on there, and same thing on the other end. And if you want to self-host it, so it requires a bit more work, but SmallWeb is just distributed as a single Golang binary. So it's super easy you can even run it completely locally. So for example, like this demo here, I can just run SmallWeb up and override the domain.
So SmallWeb reminds me a little bit of the built-in Python HTTP server. It's like a way for quickly hosting stuff. And if you have a homepage with multiple kind of sub-projects, that's also a nice idea.
So here it's completely local on this. You can see
the isolation is nice because different domains mean that there is no cross-pollination of cookies or website data between those projects.
So Kartik, you've had your hand raised for a while. Did you have a question?
I should lower my hand. I already asked my question.
Sorry, I'm off in Zoom admin land.
How about security? Does this run on your machine or is it?
Okay, the macro finished. The macro finished because it probably didn't recognize correctly, the text here. It says WS when it's actually 115. I think a lot of the image recognition would run better if we just run this at a higher resolution. I can buy this giant stove and maybe sell some potions. And buy some wheat also. Okay, I am being pursued by guards. Interesting. So we've probably spent the whole day in the shop, which made the shopkeeper angry. Okay. There is no wheat. It's expected. This one I will make longer. I just want to see whether we are exiting this macro properly. We have to do something about rendering. There are just so many graphical glitches. And when the macro is playing, it's so slow. We will take a look at that. I could maybe get rid of some of those objects. The less objects there are on screen, the faster it is to re-render it. Also making connections invisible helps with speed because we have less to draw, so it's another thing we can improve on. Okay. I'm thinking about quality of life improvements for next week. We could work on performance, which seems to be becoming a bigger and bigger issue. We could introduce selections. I see more and more that I want to move a group of objects around, and this is still hard. The ability to like select, like box select, nothing crazy. Box select and move, that would be nice. And the connections, the paths that the connections are taking are kind of, you can follow them, but they are overlapping. It is a little bit of a spaghetti. I think if we switched more towards this Dracon, the language, there's a visual language called Dracon, which uses diagrams. Very similar to how control flow in Automat looks. Maybe we could use, I don't know. I could potentially either connect multiple plugs into a single one if multiple of them are joining, or maybe I could arrange them along the top edge of the object. It's also an option. Anyway, for now let's keep the macro running.
Sync to the cloud with
Yeah, I understand your confusion because like SmallWeb is kind of blurring the line between what is local and what is remote. But here, by default, unless I just run a server here, absolutely nothing is running on my machine. Basically, just the whole state is in the SmallWeb folder. And like the SmallWeb folder is just synced to my machine, so I'm editing this file. But each time I do an edit, it's like mirrored on my server, and then there is like a watch process which is restarting the website as there are edits. But basically everything is running on my server. There is like no access to my machine for this website. And on a sandboxing matter, like it's running inside of a Docker container, a single one, and then each so it's first layer of sandboxing, and then each service, each app is sandboxed using Deno. So Deno allows to like put like a super granular permission on what you have access to and what you don't have access to. Maybe like to finish up, I can show you like some integrations that I'm quite proud of. So for example, there is like a recast extension which allow you to list all of your website from all of your small web folders and do a bunch of stuff with them. And there is also a VS Code extension. So for example, here, if I'm working on this Excalibur app, I can just do open current app in simple browser, for example. And here I have like this kind of like neat experience where I have the code on the left and the result of my work on the right. And then you can easily like just send the link to a coworker or a friend or something, and yeah, you don't have like a deploy step anymore using small web.
Just one quick question from me. Do you have any thoughts about how the actual experience of authoring the content of the page might be changed as a result of you changing the circumstances around how the page gets deployed? Like, is there anything you're thinking about for, you know, oh, the way we build pages using HTML and CSS and JavaScript and that sort of thing could be made different because of this different form?
I don't have a strong vision on this specific prompt, but I have one on like how we distribute and version applications. So I will just talk a bit about it. So in small web, you know, like for example, this VS Code application, here it's like I'm referencing it and I can just upgrade or downgrade the version, you know, like using imports. Which is like I think quite neat. And if we look at like what is actually what my dev workflow for the VS Code app is looking like, I can just open the VS Code dev workspace, and here we have the source of like my the VS Code application that I'm referencing on the other end, but this is also a small web application, you know, because it has a main.ts file, and so when I want to publish a new version, I just publish a new version to GSR. So my dev environment is always synced with like the latest version of the file, and when I'm satisfied, when I have something stable, I just push a minor or major release, and I update stuff on the prod version, you know. So instead of going through like the usual CI/CD step, there is like something which is closer to CLI application, where you just like version stuff and use your package manager to distribute application.
Very cool. Ashil, thank you so much for demoing small web. This is a very interesting new way of building websites, and I'm excited to see that there's so many people here who are enthusiastic about working with it, and I can't wait to see how this grows and evolves.
I'll share the slide on the chat, and you have a list of links in there if you want to check out the repo or join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky. Yeah.
So I mentioned that hosting stuff on separate domains is fun because it isolates them, but there is also
Go next.
Yep.
there is also some argument to using a single domain and folders, different paths for different apps. It's harder to host complex apps this way, but
This now?
Yep. Looks good.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so I spent a little longer than usual on you know, the questions you asked, Ivan, about motivation and audience. There's a little bit of backstory, and I want to cover that.
okay, the fact that this one doesn't want to recognize it's so strange.
It's a little little app that I built, and I put it on itch.io, and so anyone can download it. And it's been around for a couple of years now. I built it in a couple of months, and I've been sort of just very slowly tweaking it, but trying to make.
Pause this. Interesting stuff is happening. I don't know how to force Tesseract to recognize this text. Maybe if I increased resolution of the game? Yeah, I will try that. So, We will close this macro. Accidentally bought it. Actually, I always need more wheat, so let's buy more wheat. Let's do quick save. And wheat. I will try to increase the resolution a little bit, just a little bit. To this one, maybe. Why not? It can be borderless. Okay, it seems the recognition is working.
As few changes to it as possible. It's very easy to download. So what you do is you first go to install a game engine called Love2D. And so I'm going to do that now. I'll save it. And so it's shown up here. Let me make that executable. So that's always like a scary thing. But this thing is really reputable. It's been around for 20 years and it's open source and all that good stuff. So then I'm going to go down and I'm going to download my thing. It's 100 kilobytes. That thing is 5 megabytes. So pretty small stuff. Again, this is open source, easy to edit yourself, that kind of thing. And what this gets you by downloading two reputable open source trustworthy things is the use case I'm targeting is, oh, I suddenly decided I wanted a voice recorder on my phone, or I wanted a timer of some sort, some special thing, a chess clock. Normally what we do is we go to the App Store and we try to figure out which of these options is going to steal less of our data. And here everything is open source. And there's a bunch of blog posts here where in the sort of classic microcomputer style, you can copy and paste like 20 or 50 lines of code and paste it into this thing. Well, let me run it. Well, why have I not run it yet? And so this is what it looks like. Oops, sorry. So you can edit it and you can run it and it runs. And it's called carousel because you've got these buttons on the left and right and you can bounce around between multiple scripts. So here's a little thing I made like just last weekend, just to give you a flavor for it. My kids are learning mean, median. Well, they're learning the mean. And one of them said, well, so if a majority of people have 5 things, is the mean 5? And I said, well, there's a difference between majority and mean. And so here, if you change what people have, the mean sort of changes by about an equal amount for each person. Whereas the majority is very stable and then suddenly shifts dramatically. So that was a little thing that I built. Anyway, moving right along. How much time do I have? Okay, so that sort of set the stage for the audience that I started out with. Now in this demo, I want to just talk about a little more specialized thing. Let me just bring it back up for a minute. This thing runs on your phone, it runs on your computer, it runs everywhere. It's for small scripts, but it's amazing how much you can accomplish with just a few lines of code. It's amazing how much of code that runs on our computers is just there for surveillance and for data exfiltration. That's kind of how I'm going to put it. However, there is a limit here. The problem is each of these scripts, each of these screens, by the time you get to about 150 lines of code on a small screen on your phone, the scroll bar is so small that you can't acquire it with your finger anymore. So that sort of sets a limit. And so I've been trying to research, well, what can I do to make things a little bit, give myself a little more headroom. So let me show you another app. This one I'll show you really quickly. This is a Sokoban client. And you can move around and the usual stuff, but let me just quickly go into the editing environment. When you click edit, you get carousel again. But this is a slightly different carousel where all the files that you load, they come together to form a single app. And so you can again modify the source code right on your phone, but again, it's a larger app, but I split it up into files. Now the problem with this approach is I'm sort of recapitulating all the old problems of our IDEs, which is, oh, here's a function being called. Where is it? Which file is it in? That's a problem. And it's kind of janky. So I have this janky like UI thing that I built in a couple of months, and I've inherited all the problems that like all our sophisticated IDEs still have. So I'm dissatisfied by that. So the thing I tried next was a different way to browse the source code. So this app is a little chessboard app. You can set the start time, you can set the increment, and then you click start game. And then you can start playing moves and you get a little chess clock. So my kids enjoy this. Again, this is a large app because to have all the rules of chess, I need like 500 lines of code. Now here, to break up those 500 lines, I tried a slightly different approach where I get a little graphical screen first up, and it shows me that there's a timer page and there's a main page, and you can transition between them. You can't transition back. And they only share these two variables. And if I click on the timer page, again, I'm faced with the carousel UI, but now it's sort of broken up into 120 lines. It's sort of within, you can see how small that scroll bar is already, but it's barely there. And if I go back to the main page, now the rules of chess are much larger, and I couldn't find a good way to decompose it and show arrows and things like that. So for now, all I have is a glossary. So you have a set of concepts. And so to play chess, to write a program about chess, you need to know something about squares, a position which has pieces in it. And if you go into square, again, you have a window, and you can see that there's a function to draw a square. There's a function that says, okay, I'm the square. What's the opposite of a square? And if I go to the position, then you can see the pieces that sit on top of each square. So to do this, I have to build a little hypertext browser. The hypertext browser that's running this little thing is about 500 lines of code. So
Okay, macro finished. This timer should be active now. It is. I can cancel it. We don't have enough gold now. No issue. Can sell some of the potions. Okay, so I am positioning the timeline just before the quick save so that I can reuse only this part of the macro.
So let me show you that.
Buy more wheat. And let's combine those ingredients now. I wonder how much giant stone do we need to level up alchemy to 100. But it levels very fast now. Guess we can buy more perks now. We do this? No. But we can do those.
I call it Lua ML because it's really just Lua syntax. It's 500 lines of code because I'm not doing any parsing at all. The browser itself is fairly rock solid at this point, but this little thing that I put together just for this demo, we might run into problems, so bear with me. So on the right, you have a hypertext browser, and it's got sort of some online help about Lua Carousel. So here are some functions that you can call in Lua for Carousel. How do you write programs with it? Variables you can read, functions you can call, and you can bounce around. On the left, I have a little window just so we can see what the hypertext looks like. That's not legal. So what I have to say is something like type equals text, and it shows you hypertext. Now, this is just text. Let's make it hypertext. Let's make it a link. So I'll say target equals, and now it's a link. And I can click on it and go back to the page I started from. I can do the usual sorts of things. I can say color equals green, :7. It's got a strange syntax for color, and I'll explain why in a minute. You can create rows and columns, so you can easily create grid layouts. How much time do I have? Oh, I'm over time. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you're into question time, but I have questions, but my questions are probably going to be answered by you continuing to demo. But one quick one is, you said you're not doing any
give everyone a chance
parsing
for a minute, for a second.
Is that right? You said you're not doing any parsing?
I'm not writing any parser myself. What's being parsed here is just Lua. So I'm just using Lua primitives to parse the code.
Okay, that makes sense.
So this is all legal Lua, or at least like it will be once I finish typing.
This carousel reminds me of the stuff from the video. Reminds me of VM, just having a portable VM that runs on different platforms.
Did I make a mistake? What did I do? Oh yeah, there's a code missing.
Lua is usually embedded, so
And I can switch from rows.
I don't know Lua very much, but it probably doesn't have any built-in UI.
I can do things like
So it requires some kind of app that would host it, that could provide the UI.
Show off. I don't know how quickly we can do this here, but I'm forgetting my own syntax. Okay, and I am forgetting my own syntax, so now I don't remember what this looks like. But anyway, so there's a way. One interesting thing here that I've been experimenting with is I specify background colors perfectly, and I leave some wiggle room in the foreground color. And if you adjust the background, the system will try to maintain contrast. So it tries to maintain accessibility, and that's another 200 lines of code. I wanted to demo that, but I don't remember how to do that right now.
So just to refresh and make sure I've got.
Oh, we missed one giant stone.
You are, in the long term, in the big picture, working towards an environment where you can program apps on your phone, and the apps are end user modifiable. You can kind of pop the lid and go in there and edit the source code. And you're kind of bit by bit working through what are some of the conceptual and UI challenges that you run into when trying to do programming on a phone. So file management, you know, simple rendering for layouts and that kind of thing. And you're doing it you're trying to do it in a way that hews close to Love 2D as a substrate, because Love 2D is like extremely portable. So you can run these apps on any platform, and they're editable on any platform, and you want interfaces that work across all of those platforms. Is that a kind of a fair assessment?
Absolutely. Just a couple of things to add. For me, the major thing that Love gives me is stability. It's the fact that there are no auto updates. And so I'm using some version that was published 2 years ago. And, you know, they might put out another version in a year or so. And I love the fact that the code is not changing out from under me, where that gives them more power to do, you know, sketchy things to, you know, random suppliers. There was one other thing I wanted to say. What was it? But yeah, what you said was great.
Cool. Any other questions from the audience?
Sure. I'm curious if this is in relation to other community projects like community building projects like D3, which built this really extensive system of supporting libraries. In this case, the problem was in JavaScript, we didn't have any good tools at the time to do plotting. So you had to roll it from scratch. And what happened is that now we have both monolithic plotting libraries, and we have practitioners who use D3 and build it out of smaller elements. And I would credit this to the engagement with the community and the attention to building up that user base that he's on Observable now, Mike Bostock was engaged in. So I guess as a question, it's what is your positioning as somebody who says these APIs are worth learning because it's a common language, because there's this community, in a situation where, much like the visualization community, the community here is very fragmented and has a lot of different technical silos. What's your vision for same paging people on, actually, this is a really good and appropriate way to write microscripts because it supports all of those values of
We missed another giant stone there.
server computing, etc.
I wonder why that happened.
Community building. So I think here I would look to the community to teach me, you know, by asking the questions, and I'll gradually learn from everyone else. I think my sort of the bias that I come in with is I don't consider fragmentation to be a problem. So if you think about, like, from first principles, why is fragmentation a problem? I think it's mostly because we just end up with a lot of code. And if you can limit the amount of code, if everybody is just being very, very ruthless about limiting the amount of code that they need to maintain just because it's easier on them, there's fewer people to trust, it's more reliable, things like that. When we fork off and we create incompatibility, if the amount of code that we're managing is small, going across those boundaries is also manageable, it's tractable. At least that's sort of my hand-wavy argument. I think we would have to test it out in real, for real, to really see if that's valid. But, you know, one way that I've been exercising it is I'm constantly forking myself. So I have something like 50 apps at this point that are all sort of sharing code. And I'm trying to learn what the pain is of managing so many forks. And so far, it's been manageable over the last couple of years.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, Kartik.
Like, send me more questions like that.
That is exactly at our time limit. This is the first time we've ever had a demo that has ended like right on the mark. So I'm going to pounce on this opportunity to be punctual. And yeah, I mean, I've seen you working on this project off and on for what feels like forever at this point, but forever in internet time. And I love that you're still going on it, and I can't wait to see where you take this next, because it's
I just wanted to add one thing to what you said before. It's not just for the phone. So the whole point of supporting the phone is that it's cross-platform. You can work with it anywhere. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, this is great, because it's attacking a part of a problem space I care very much about, but have no interest in focusing on myself. So that's it's good to see that. Our last demo today is Cole Lawrence. Cole, are you there? You are. Yes. So whenever you're ready, feel free to kick it off.
So I'm working on this project called Liminal with Harry, who's in the call too. I wanted to cover how I thought of it in relation to future of coding, and then let Harry give a shot at showing how it works. So Liminal is a tool that works on the top level for allowing you to instrument and create agentic workflows in AI using more common control structures that you're already usually familiar with. But there's a lot of interesting parts about AI that makes it more conversational, that you create kind of an inherent state, and that the approach just seems very novel. And so that's why I wanted to hand it over to Harry to share from his perspective too, as he's more of the lead maintainer of the project.
Well, first off, thank you so much for inviting me to come speak to this group. This seems like a really cool group of people and great presentation so far. And yeah, Liminal is a way for you to kind of blend the conversations that a language model might have with itself, even into ordinary function control flow. And I think this will make a little more sense if we look at some codes. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and hide this. And all right, so first things first, we'll bring in the Liminal library. Oops, not importing. All right, I'm also going to turn off cursor.
Okay, the code is probably barely visible on your screens, but...
And when using Liminal, you model a conversation as
I don't see an easy way to fix that.
We'll go ahead and add an asterisk here. And what that does is now it allows us to use this keyword yield, or yield star. And the things that we're going to yield are primarily messages. So we could yield a user message. We can also, of course, yield a system message. So here, maybe the message that I'll write will be, and I have a...
Okay, so I think the idea here is that you have a coroutine that talks with LLM or generator. I don't know if JavaScript actually... There is no difference between coroutine and generator, it's the same thing.
And then we'll say keep it brief. One sentence responses are preferable. All right, so that's our kind of like system prompt for the agent. Next, we can go ahead and add a message from user. By the way, I see there's some chats. I'm not looking at the chat, so if there's anything important, please do interrupt just by speaking. And so we'll say decide on a subtopic for us to discuss in the domain of technological futurism. All right, so we see that we're starting to build up a conversation. We have this first message, the system message, and then we have the user message. And next, what we're going to want is the response from the model. So yield an l.assistant, and this is going to be a type string. And we could log this out, this response. So we'll go ahead and execute this by awaiting the run of G. There's one other thing that we need to do, which is we need to actually specify what model to use.
I still don't know what's the reason for having a coroutine talking to a model.
Pass something akin to an adapter. We could go ahead and bring in, for
We
instance,
just finished our macro.
a language model from the Vercel AI.
I will pause the talk and yeah, do some upkeep. Like wheat. And mix some potions. Okay, we still need a couple more levels. Let's sell the most expensive ones. Yeah. We should have the attack ready.
ISDK, so we can use OpenAI maybe. And finally, we need to bring in the adapter for that kind of model. So here we'll say adapter, and then we'll say OpenAI, and maybe we'll use Oro Mini. And yeah, let's go ahead and run it. So this is demo.ts, and surely enough, it gives us a topic. Let's discuss the impact of artificial intelligence on job automation in the future workforce. Great. But this is kind of a simpler use case. And what we really want to do is we want to build up this as kind of a comprehensive conversation component. So maybe let's alter this a little bit. And instead of capturing the value immediately, we don't really care because there's an implicit message buffer, a list of messages that's underlying this function. And we know that it's going to be added there whenever we yield L-Assistant. So it's going to trigger the inference, and then it's going to append the inferred message to the list of messages that's underlying this. So now let's just say to it, great. Please teach me something about this topic. And maybe then we'll have the AI give another response. And if we run this now with a handler, we'll say if event dot type is message appended, then we'll go ahead and log it out. Now, just for the sake of being able to see very clearly, I'm going to go ahead and copy from what I wrote out before. This is just a little bit cleaner. So we'll go ahead and extract the message role and the message content, and then we'll log it out. So here, when we run this again, we can see the conversation as it's progressing. And this is great, but one thing to note is, like, we have all of JavaScript at our disposal here. So why don't we actually use some ordinary control flow constructs? So I'll say let I equals 0, and we'll start a while loop. Say as long as it's less than 3, then we'll do some stuff here, and we'll increment that. By the way, how am I doing on time?
You got a little bit of time left, unless people have burning questions and they want to jump in.
So
now would be a great time to.
The hard part with
keep going on the presentation by all means.
weaving LLMs into programs is forcing them to follow some high-level structure.
No.
Enforcing a structure at low level is rather easy. You can do this with grammars. But asking the model to, for example, write a 3-paragraph response when it doesn't want to do it, it's very hard to make it actually structure the reply exactly like you want it.
You might want to like explore adding additional messages to it, getting additional language model inference from it, without actually impacting that list of messages. So we really want to branch, and you can do this with liminal. So say reply equals, and we'll yield L dot, it's called a strand. And within here, we pass another generator function, and we can yield more messages. So yield user, please reply the last message on my behalf. And what's neat is, like, this has its own conversation scope. So when we yield this message here, it's not going to impact the message state outside of here. And we'll say yield L.assistant, and the value that we return from here is going to be inferred inside of reply. We could also return, like 2, and then this is inferred as a number, but for now we'll just return what the assistant gives us. And now we can use that to yield this as a reply. So we're effectively having the language model respond to itself. So we create this strand with an isolated state and say, reply to your own message for me. And then finally, we add it to the parent conversation by yielding it as a user message. And then we'll go ahead and trigger another inference. So now if we go ahead and execute this, we're going to see that we have this whole back and forth that the language model is having with itself, and it's unfolding, and we can observe it as it's unfolding. We can also return values from it. So at the very end of this, if we want to say L.user.
So if I understand correctly, you can roll back like the state of an LLM, so that the LLM can tell you something, but then you can roll it back and paste its own answer as a user text.
Here, result. This is, of course, or should be inferred. Anyways, let's execute this again, and we're going to see that the final set of messages. Okay, it's looping through, and here's the summary that it gives us at the very end. We discussed the impact of AI on job automation, highlighting the potential for job displacement and the creation of new opportunities, and blah, blah, blah. Point being, we have this conversation component. It's represented as a generator function. We could parameterize it. So we could say model is model, and then build model within yield model within there.
I'm going to jump in and ask a question here. I would love to hear some examples of ways that you've found this interface to AI useful for something authentic, as opposed to like a toy example. Like what sort of things have you experimented with this, and what have you done that might be interesting to think about?
Well, it's very early on, but I'm starting to think about some patterns. So, and maybe I'll go ahead and one eye liminal strands. So I have this kind of library that I'm building up, and within here it has a couple patterns per se. So a debate. If I want to know for a given topic all of the best arguments for or against it, I might use this pattern. And what I could do would be within this strand definition, could return yield debate and then pass in the topic, maybe different profiles for the debaters. So within here,
I can also show something from Forthing.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. So I'll stop sharing. And
this was one use case where I was using liminal, even though crowded with a bunch of other production codey things. This is called the magic transformer. So essentially, it's I took it out because of a webhook a web worker like permissions issue, but essentially you can pass in do some key, so it, and then the type, which is a runtime validated type, and then a description of what you want it to come up with, and a a TypeScript description. So you actually tell it, hey, this is what you're going to produce. What it's going to do is it is basically a loop for generating a JavaScript function that will take in some unstructured text and try to create a transform function that then structures that text. And in this, we're doing like we have like a test. So you test it in a web worker. We spin up a web worker through a blob using the function body, which is like an eval, piece of JavaScript that was generated. And then we can say, wow, do it in a while loop for max generation attempt. If it's a success from testing in the web worker, then we say, okay, cool, I'm gonna save that implementation of the transformation for later. And then I'm gonna return the data that came out as that output type from my runtime type. If it didn't work, then I show the errors and I precede the assistant to say, oh, I see the problem, let me try again. So it will immediately start doing generate a solution again, which is this loop for, from my experience, well, that's the first time. So these things are what make Liminal special, is that you have all these tools for like managing the conversation flow, but in the entirety, you're just building up that conversation. So last thing I'll mention on this is, because this is itself a generator, when you actually go to like append messages like here, it'll actually be appended after whatever came before. So it actually holds all of the data and all of like the conversation from before, where it's able to do that. It's commented out. So if you're generating a whole analysis, this is what it was for, is here's the analysis, and then we would have in our prompt like a special way to format it. Then we would pass it over to our generator function that would then give us the structure that we're expecting.
So if I understand this correctly, the utility here that's being offered by Liminal is that it is giving you a little bit of leverage over how to structure the interaction with the AI, and that lets you do something like, in this case, build it into a toolkit for agentic programming flows, where the AI is refining its own, or through sort of conversing with itself, you can give it a prompt for some code, and it will test that code and look at the result, and then refine that prompt, and then generate some new code, and it will sort of self-evaluate. And so what comes out the other end is like, okay, here is a verified working version of this code that was generated, and you didn't do that by using a sealed off, built just for this purpose tool like Cursor or Windsurf or something like that. You built that facility within your own code base. And so if you wanted to change how it works or do something different with it, you still have that capability.
There's that side, as well as I would categorize it kind of like a DSL, where it's almost like if you've been using agentic tools and like command line at the same time, and it's like, okay, everything that's happening in the command line, it's actually automatically context. So you can do this sort of sparring and setting up the whole message conversation in a really convenient way, as opposed to, oh, I have this array of messages, and then I append to the array every moment, and then it's a lot more pieces involved there.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Cole. That's exactly right. the message management is becoming somewhat of a problem for people, I think, especially as they want to branch out and kind of fan into pretty deep self-reflection on different ideas with LLMs. Cole has been pushing a lot of these code generation use cases, and I'd imagine that liminal will be really useful for the creation of iterative refinement loops, where you're going to want to generate some code, type check it, feed those diagnostics back into the next generation, and creating these patterns for things like editing files or taking in those diagnostics and applying the fixes. Like, you can do these in a really fine-grained way with liminal that you can't with these agent frameworks that are more like about describing the links between steps with like custom workflow DSLs than they are about actual coding. And so yeah, liminal focuses a lot on the composition of these low-level primitives, but using generators is a huge boon. I'll place a link in the chat here. Anyways.
Cool. Kartik, you had a question, and then we should probably wrap after that.
Yeah, I had a sort of basic question. So Harry, when you were showing your demo at the start, the screen, I could see like 4 different concepts, and I just wanted to make sure I understood the differences between them. The concepts were model, system, user, and assistant. Could you just go over what the differences are between them?
Yeah, and well, there are different kinds of messages that are common across different language model providers. I suppose I should have covered this. There are system messages, which are kind of like these core unbreakable directives.
Oh, I see. This is basic to like all. Okay, yeah, I don't know much. Okay, go ahead.
And then model is just about specifying which model to use. So you should be able to switch to a different model mid-conversation, or potentially you want to execute multiple branches in parallel, each with a different model, and then have some kind of orchestrator model decide which of the responses is the better one. Yeah, there are a lot of these patterns that are so new because like language models are so new. We don't have very good tooling yet for interacting with it, but kind of the core breakthrough of liminal is you reason about the progression of the conversation in the same place that you reason about ordinary code. It's just function control flow, and you yield messages, you yield inference, and so you get to reason about it as one instead of having these separate constructs for messages and such.
A quick follow-up. What's the difference between a model and the assistant?
Assistant is the role of a message that's come from the model. It's a little bit confusing because you might also have the model respond to itself, and it's actually a user, but it's just a common distinction in any set of messages that you're sending along to a language model. In order to get an inference, you're typically going to have messages fall into these 3 buckets: system, user, assistant. It's just
So just to make sure we understand it, choosing the model is like, you know,
Missed one. I mean, another one. We are missing a lot.
Sonnet 3.7, or you know, which specific AI model are you going to have process this, you know, conversation, and then the actual messages that are comprising the conversation are tagged with like who's saying this, right? Is the user saying this? Is the assistant responding with it, or is it the system prompt that is sort of the foundation at the beginning of the conversation that the other things are evaluated in context of? Is that right?
Yes. And one thing to note is liminal is really scoping down the functionality of any given model. There are these common bits of functionality. One of them that's really important and we didn't cover is structured output. Sometimes you don't want to get text back from the model. You actually want to get some structured data. And tool calling is another. So if you want to give the model the ability to mid-completion ask you to run some code for it and give it the result. and then we get into the future of like really sophisticated models that can do things like process visuals and produce visuals and maybe real time, so it can listen to a readable stream of sound bites. Like these are things that we probably don't want to get into with Liminal. Liminal should really be just about modeling the thoughts, like making it so that language models can speak with one another and challenge one another.
Cool, great. That's probably a good place to end it for today. Thanks to Ashil, Kartik, Harry, and Cole for demoing their projects. Always lovely to see what people are working on. Oh, hello, Marius. I'm going to mute you, unless you had a question or something.
No, hosting this, that's what I wanted to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll mute them. Yeah, thanks everybody for coming, and we'll do another one of these next month. Roughly, last Wednesday of the month is the time we usually do it. So if you enjoyed seeing these experimental projects people are working on, come on back for the next one. And great to see everybody and see what everybody's up to.
Yeah, and if you want to demo yourself, then don't hesitate to contact us on Slack.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Thank you.
Nice. And we're almost done with our macro. It should run out of money soon. Just one more giant store and we are out of money. So I'm thinking about the things we can do now. So next week, I think we can spend the whole week recording, or I don't know if it will take the whole week, but leveling up the character. Essentially what we are doing right now with Alchemy, we did record a little bit on leveling up shield, blocking, light armor and heavy armor, and restoration. Restoration is super important. So we have maxed out some of the skills. I think we should max more, record this into videos, and I guess as we go through this, it will help us get a feel of what's still missing in Automat. I mean, there are many things missing, but I think the best use of our time would be to finish the Skyrim power leveling guide. Yeah, and this is something we can do next week. I'm waiting for the macro to finish. I want to take a look at what skills do we want to level still. Yeah, there it was. Now we are out of money, so we should stop the macro. So let's sell the potions, the expensive ones. I mean, we cannot sell a lot of them because they are so expensive now. Okay. Skills, what do we have? We have some ideas from here. I think we could implement some of those, but this will be after we finish the Skyrim recording. Okay. Alchemy should be easy. I think this will be... So we'll start with speech. This is the easiest to level up. We just run to the guy far in the north that we can glitch out and do the intimidation loop. Resume the music. Then we will do alchemy, because alchemy gives us essentially infinite money. So speech is important first because not only it gives us better prices, but we can invest gold to permanently increase this stuff, and every merchant gets another 1000 gold. So this will make our macro so much faster. So this is Master Trader is super important for cash. So speech, alchemy, and after we do those two, I think we can switch to leveling illusion, conjuration, destruction, alteration. They are fairly easy to level up because we just buy a spell and spam it in a loop. And then we have enchanting and smithing. And pickpocket. Oh. I have no idea how to power level pickpocketing or lockpicking. Okay, those free attack skills, they are also easy to level. We just need to get a good weapon. And once we have a good weapon, we get a horse and we continuously attack it and heal it, which we can already do. We have the restoration maxed out. This will make us quite strong. Okay, so I have no idea how to level lockpicking, I have no idea how to level pickpocketing. And enchanting. Take a look. Everything else we can record, so I think we can just leave those till Friday. In the meantime, during the week I will figure out what's the way to level those up. The goal for our leveling is to still minimize the time that we are spending in Skyrim, so that the leveling can happen as hands-off as possible. And I'm going to drop this save game because to maintain continuity with the stuff that we have on YouTube, we will start from the point where we finish the crab training. How to power level lockpicking? I don't remember at all. Anyway, we will figure this out. Yeah, it's fine. The macro is pretty great. Can leave it like that. And when I close this, we should actually have a pretty decent JSON file with everything that's necessary. Oh, I will do one more thing. I think I will extend this just a couple of milliseconds. Yeah, 150 milliseconds. This looks like a good amount of time. I think if I keep those closer, it may help with rendering speed. Less connections to render. Yeah, and this is our state that we are saving. Okay then. See you next week for more Skyrim macroing. Bye bye.